somebody in his family, and he told me everything was fine. No, he said there was somebody in his family, but everybody's fine. Should be there. Huh?
That's not what I was told.
Oh,
I was told it was him.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. Village of Ridgewood, Village Council, regular public meeting. Today is February 19, 2020. The time is 8 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law by schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Newton.
Here.
Councilman Seaton.
Here.
Councilman Voigt.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Here.
And Mayor Hache.
Here. Please stand for the flag salute. Please join us in a moment of silence in honor of the brave men and women serving in our nation's armed forces and as first responders. Thank you. I move that the Village Council minutes of August 7, September 4th, September 25th, 2019, and January 15, 2020, having been reviewed by the Village Council and now available in the Village Clerk's office, be approved as submitted.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. We go to proclamations, but before we go with the first proclamation, we'll just have, we have some representatives here from Dad's Night if they want to come up and talk a little bit about the show and what you guys are doing and all the good stuff. State your name and address.
Could you turn, at the bottom, there's a little button, make sure the green light is on, please. Okay.
Better?
Yes.
Sorry, so I'm Kevin Hogan. I'm the Dad's Night Chair for Somerville School for Dad's Night 76 this year.
Charles Sands, I'm the Hall's Chairman for Dad's Night 76.
So we're hosting the show again at BF on March 6th and 7th, and we're just excited to be here. And thank you for having us.
So do you want to just tell us where the show is, how much is it, and what the show is about?
Our show is, as every year, it's at Benjamin Franklin Middle School. It will be Friday, the 7th? March 6th, thank you. Friday the 6th at 7, and then Saturday the 7th, starting at 3. And it is free for the general public. It's all the dads that make up Somerville and Hall's middle school, and or elementary school, I should say. And we do our best to put on a good show. We put on a show. It's up to you to determine whether or not it's good. But we love what we do, and everything we do for the kids. And all the money that is raised for the show goes back into the schools.
Yes. So
Sorry, go ahead.
No, and we appreciate everything that you do. It's amazing, and it's such a wonderful community of dads.
Yeah, it's about 250 dads, or just under, I think, this year. We actually have 40 new dads that have never done it before, so
Wow.
it's even the next kind of generation is moving in. We write our own skits. There's 12 of them. The show goes a little long. It's about 3 hours long. We try to keep it under that for our wives' sake more than anything. But the kids really love it, and they have a great time. We let them fill in right in front of the pit down there, and they really enjoy it. And watching them, the looks on their faces is what it's worth for all of our dads that get to do it. And we were very honored to be chairman for the 76th year of Dad's Night, and I'm sure some of our brethren will get to carry this on much longer.
Great. So we have some proclamations here we're going to read, and then after we read the proclamations, we'll go down and take a photo as we present the actual certificates to you. So Deputy Mayor Susan Nitson will read.
So I just want to point out I'm a Dad's Night Mom's alum. My husband is Dad's Night alum, and our village attorney is a Dad's Night alum and former chairman of Dad's Night. What year, Matt?
I'm afraid to announce that publicly. No. 2002.
Wow.
It's been a while.
It was a long time ago. Anyway, so here
You're
we
always
go.
invited back.
That's great.
All right, very good.
You guys are much better actors than I ever was.
We're quite familiar with the show, and it's always a wonderful show. Whereas the Village of Ridgewood treasures its children, and whereas our school system supports and nurtures our children, whereas Dad's Night has helped our schools by raising hundreds of thousands of dollars over the past 70 years, And whereas Dad's Night is dedicated to providing this service to the village's children, and whereas this year's event will be titled Dad's Night 76. Now, therefore, the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood does hereby proclaim Friday, March 6th, 2020, and Saturday, March 7th, 2020, as Dad's Night days at Hawes and Somerville Elementary Schools in the Village of Ridgewood in honor of all the dads here this evening, as well as those who have volunteered before them.
I'll ask council colleagues to join me now. We have other proclamations tonight. Read Across America. Councilman Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the National Education Association's NEA Read Across America Day will be conducted on March 2nd, 2020 as a national celebration of reading and the birthday of Theodore Seuss Geisel, better known as Dr. Seuss. And whereas Read Across America NJ will be observed statewide by the New Jersey Education Association in partnership with the New Jersey State League of Municipalities, the New Jersey Library Association, and their local affiliates across the state to promote reading and adult involvement in the education of our community's students. And whereas the citizens of the Village of Ridgewood stand firmly committed to promoting reading as a catalyst for our students' future academic success, their preparation for America's jobs of the future, and their ability to compete in a global economy. And whereas the Village of Ridgewood has provided significant leadership in the area of community involvement in the education of our youth, grounded in the principle that educational investment is the key to the community's well-being and long-term quality of life. Now therefore be resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood calls on the citizens of the Village of Ridgewood to assure that every child is in a safe place reading together with a caring adult on March 2nd, 2020. And be it further resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood enthusiastically endorses the NEA's Read Across America Day and recommits the Village of Ridgewood to engage in programs and activities to make America's children the best readers in the world.
Thank you. Go on to Super Science Saturday. Councilman Fortin.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Saturday, February 29th, 2020 is the 32nd annual Super Science Saturday, which is a community-wide family fair dedicated to the idea that science is exciting and fun, and whereas this event is billed as the greatest science extravaganza in northern New Jersey, and whereas more than 1,000 science lovers from Ridgewood and surrounding communities will flock to Ridgewood High School to see a host of science exhibits, workshops, and demonstrations, and whereas students from all of Ridgewood schools will be participating in the Hall of Science, and whereas Super Science Saturday appeals to everyone from the casual observer to the aspiring scientists, sparking an interest in students, adults, and organizations wishing to further explore their passion. And whereas some of the events will include an interactive show by the Liberty Science Center, indoor and outdoor drone racing, the Great Paper Airplane Contest, the 30-foot egg drop challenge, and a live rocket launch. And whereas this annual event was started over 30 years ago by award-winning science teacher Jim Wallace to encourage families to share their scientific interests and talents. It is now run by a parents' committee of dedicated volunteers. And whereas this invaluable service to our youth has become a hallmark of goodwill and cooperation, now therefore be it resolved that the Village Council of Ridgewood does hereby proclaim February 29th, 2020 as Super Science Saturday in the Village of Ridgewood and invites science enthusiasts of all ages to come to Ridgewood High School to join in the festivities.
Thank you. National Poison Prevention Week. Councilman Walsh.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a long one, so everybody just be patient. Whereas Congress designated the third full week in March to be National Poison Prevention Week in 1961, and since then, this week has helped to raise national awareness of the dangers of potentially dangerous medicines, household products and chemicals, environmental contaminants, and other substances. And whereas poison centers across the country will focus the public's attention on the free, life-saving services provided by poison centers, as well as educating the public on ways to prevent poisoning exposures. And whereas the New Jersey Poison Control Center, a division of the Department of Emergency Medicine at Rutgers, New Jersey Medical School, provides 24/7 expert poisoning treatment advice, drug information, and prevention education at no cost to the public, accessing center services through the Poison Help Number at 1-800-222-1222, chat www.njpies.org, or text 973-339-0712. And whereas specialized medical professionals, doctors, pharmacists, and nurses provide accessible, free, and confidential health care to all. And whereas Poison Center services save healthcare dollars by eliminating thousands of unnecessary emergency department room visits and decreasing lengths of stay for patients hospitalized for poisoning through telemedicine services and capabilities. And whereas the Poison Center is instrumental in the surveillance and management of poisoning exposures across the state, including the use, misuse, and abuse of medications, legal and illicit drugs, environmental contaminants, bioterrorism agents, and common household products and chemicals. And whereas the state's Poison Control Center is involved in New Jersey's efforts in homeland defense, counterterrorism, emergency preparedness and response, and biosurveillance. And whereas unintentional poisoning is the leading cause of unintentional injury death in New Jersey, outnumbering deaths by motor vehicles and firearms. And whereas a poison is defined as anything that can cause harm if taken in the wrong amount, in the wrong way, or by the wrong person. And whereas although most reported poison exposures involve children 5 years old and younger, most poisoning deaths occur in adults aged 20 to 59. And whereas overdose deaths from prescription opioids, over-the-counter medications, and illegal drugs remain at epidemic proportions for both New Jersey and the United States. And whereas lead exposure and carbon monoxide poisoning remain major public health concerns. And whereas vaping and e-cigarette devices pose a serious risk of nicotine poisoning, as well as serious, potentially deadly vaping-associated lung illnesses, also referred to as EVALI. And whereas Poison Center experts encourage the public not to guess, wait for symptoms, or waste time looking up medical information online when potentially poisoning exposure occurs. And whereas all residents should save the Poison Control Center's number, 1-800-222-1222, in their cell, phone, home, and office phones, because a fast response can make all the difference in preventing serious injury and saving lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood does hereby proclaim the week of March 15th to 20th, 2020, as National Poison Prevention Week in New Jersey, and encourage all residents to pledge their commitment to ensuring the safety of themselves, their families, and their community.
Thank you. You need to catch your breath. Thank you very much. Moving on, we'll go to comments from the public, not to exceed 3 minutes per person.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Perrin. I
evening.
live at 123 Kenilworth Road. I speak on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Ridgewood. We understand that the village is in the process of planning the municipal budget for the year. We've learned that the Parks and Recreation Department has put in a request for a line item in the budget for the purpose of planting trees and specifically committing those funds for that purpose. Trees, as you know, are the lungs of the planet, exchanging carbon dioxide for oxygen. Planting trees is an important step in fighting the climate crisis. Therefore, the League of Women Voters asks that the council fully fund the Parks and Recreation Department's request for a line item in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Good
evening.
evening. My name is Joseph Ferranti. I live at 610 Hillcrest Road. Well, this morning we all met with the representatives of the New Jersey Department of Transportation. There were probably, what would you say, Mayor, 30, 40 people?
Yeah, that's about right.
Weekday, cold day, February day. A lot of people there. Very competent representatives from the NJDOT. Very competent people. I have confidence in what they said. They're sincere, but they're misguided, unfortunately. The takeaway. They're dedicated to making Glenwood Road one way. They presented fairly detailed plans that show how they're going to be engineering the one-way traffic pattern. They also showed that it's going to be, or they exclaimed that it's going to be the most expensive grade level project in the history of the New Jersey Department of Transportation. The most expensive. That notwithstanding, they could not guarantee safety at the end of the day. There are factors beyond their control, beyond design control, that create the kind of fouling of the tracks, as they use. That's their term of art. So they're on the road to one way. To make it, to stabilize it and to maintain the status quo is going to take some aggressive action on the part of this governing body. I believe you're going to have to look at that budget and find some funds. The good thing is that this engineering group that has been tasked with designing the overall redesign of that entryway has done a lot of work. There's a lot of engineering design work and a lot of survey work that can be used for other purposes. But this village council has to look carefully at and quickly, because it seems to me what we did achieve today by the turnout, and by the way, we had a lot of good people from this village, and they spoke very well, Mayor, you included. They spoke, they were articulate, Councilman Voigt too. They were articulate, they had good experiential stories to say, and it impressed the DOT people. I believe they were very impressed by it. They would kind of be inclined to take a second look, but things are in the saddle, and they're moving. And the only way it's going to be diverted is if we have skin in the game. And even if we have skin in the game, they still would like to make it one way with a proviso that they would reconsider. I'm sorry, I might have lapsed my time.
Yes.
They would reconsider if we improved and widened Glenwood Road. That's the key.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Denise Lima,
Good evening.
319 East Glen Ave. I too attended the meeting this morning. I thought it was very productive. I was glad there was a showing of both Hohokus and Ridgewood residents. Hohokus business owners were there. I think everybody was a little taken back of the residents, but the DOT really adjusted very well. And then we moved to the Hohokus municipality to get questions from everybody. Worked out really well. Mayor and Councilman Voigt, I thought you did a great job sticking up for us. It is going to be a very costly proposition. My recommendation at the meeting was to, from a historic preservation perspective, when I go through tunnels and underpasses that are one lane but a two-way travel, they put traffic lights on the front and traffic lights at the end. There's one I just went through this past weekend on 9W in New York. It's the same line of sight. It's actually, I distanced and measured it when I got home. It's the same exact measurements of what we're dealing with here, except theirs is flat and ours is on a curve. There's no sight differential. You can't see. So if we put one and there's electrical on both sides, you wouldn't have to widen anything, and it probably would be something immediate. It was obvious from when I brought that up, they didn't think about that as an alternative. They were not thinking outside the box. So I think that's an opportunity, again, for the council to, again, I would agree we have to act quickly because they seem like they're on that path. But great meeting. I guess the one last quick thing I'd just like to ask is some updates at some point in time about the master plan. So we started some of the meetings back in August of 2017. We have an ordinance that gave $250,000 to support the surveying. I think we talked about that there was over 800 in one of the workshops, over 800 open issues that we needed to kind of sort through, and this is why we look for this third party. But I don't think much has happened, or at least we're not seeing it from a resident perspective, since the workshops. There's nothing this week on the site, on the village site for it, so at some point in time we'd just like to know. If you're getting through budget season, you can't do budget without really knowing what's going to impact from the master plan. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Rorick Halaby, 374 Evergreen Place. I too attended the NJ DOT meeting this morning, and I was really pleased in a sense it wasn't a public meeting, but we sure made it a public meeting. And they listened very, very well. And I do want to congratulate you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Voigt. The mayor and I have disagreed on many issues, but today I thought he was perfect. And I think you pass negotiations 101, where you agree with what they're doing, and then the last minute you say, but let's keep it two ways. Now, I'm very hopeful. I mean, these are good people. They're not bad people. And frankly, the mess we're in is, to quote Pogo, I have met the enemy and he is us. It's your fault, not theirs. Now, anyway, I'm very hopeful because the guy all but said, if you come up with a design for a two-lane road, widen the road, they will do it. And they're not going to flip a switch and tomorrow they're going to turn it in one way. It's going to take 2 years. But we can't go back to sleep. I urge you, Mr. Mayor, do what you can to get the Heather, Chris, etc., to work with engineers to come up with a design to widen the road. It can be done. I'm not sure how much it costs. We can lean on the state to some amount, but I know with the council, when you want to do something, you find the money. So, but again, I can't but congratulate you and both of you for making such a good job. And by the way, we made the meeting a public meeting, and no one was called out of order. This is democracy in action. And my second point, Kensington. I attended a presentation by Kensington. I believe the mayor was there too. And they did a fantastic job as to why it is needed. Now, again, it isn't like we're going to flip a switch and it's going to be another development right there. It might take 3, 4, 5 years. I urge you to get going and to pass it on to the planning board. I'm not sure about the procedures and who does what to whom, when, and how. But by sitting down doing nothing, you're not doing anybody any good. So I urge you to do what you can to get the Kensington process going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Ann Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I'd like to thank the council for approving allowing dogs in all the parks. You did that several months ago, and I think it's working out very well, best as I can see. We walk many days a week around Vets Field. Only once have I seen a dog off leash. That was actually a former councilwoman whose dog was off leash, but other than that, everybody's got their dogs on leash. And there's very little stray dog droppings that I've seen. We pick them up when we see them. There's way, way more human garbage, you know, soda cans, water bottles, and so on. But I was talking to another fella this morning who was walking his dog, and we were talking about how nice it is to be able to walk around the field. And we were talking about the poop bag things, and I know that had been brought up at the time that you approved the parks for dogs, and I think there was some discussion that maybe the optics weren't good or so, but it's this other man and I were saying we think that maybe if bags were available, the occasional person who doesn't have a bag and their dog dumps a load, you know, the bags would be helpful. I looked them up today. You can get dispensers for as little as $60, and you could spend way more, but $100, $125. Bags can be biodegradable. I don't think they're really obtrusive. It's just a little pole with a thing. You see them in parks all over the place. So I was thinking you might want to consider that, at least in the parks like Vets Field, where there's going to be sports activities and you know, lots of children there. So I'd like you to just maybe consider that. Thank you, and thanks again for allowing dogs in all the parks.
Thank you. All right, we'll close public comments, but before we move on, just wanted to address some of the items that were discussed and some of the questions that were posed. With regard to Glenwood Road, not everyone on the council was able to make it to the meeting with NJDOT today. We will be discussing the matter in closed session and then bringing it back for a broader discussion at the next work session to share with the public. But I do appreciate all the residents who showed up. I know that NJDOT didn't intend for it to be a public meeting. We're grateful for the fact that they kind of carried on with the business that they were there for, to go through the plan and hear some of the feedback from the elected officials from Hocus and Ridgewood, but then gave the opportunity for residents to provide comments and to ask questions. And I thought it was a very interactive and fruitful meeting. So we will be coming back in the next work session to have a broader discussion once we've had a chance to talk about it here. And I know that was a question about the master plan. I'll let the Deputy Mayor answer those questions.
Oh, actually, sorry, it was
That's
in my.
you.
It's fine. It's in my report, but that's fine. I'll give the update now. So the visioning process, master plan process, was slightly behind schedule due to the many cancellations of planning board meetings. However, just the time it takes, we were in draft 1, draft 2. The committee actually has been meeting all along regularly, and we have worked through the details of the draft to make sure that we've addressed any errors, any corrections, typos. This is a big document. It's an in-depth document, so it's not something that was just going to happen. Overnight we had anticipated it would be months in the works anyway, so we're kind of on schedule, but just because of some planning board cancellations, we haven't had the opportunity to present to the planning board. I do understand that on the visioning website, it stated that there would be a draft document available for public review. That was actually an error on the part of NV5. I just want to say that we do not make draft documents available to the public, and actually, Denise, you're shaking your head. I know that you're keenly aware of that. So the presentation to the planning board will be March 3rd. The public is welcome to come to that meeting, encouraged to come to that meeting. And then the document will also be presented to this village council by the master plan committee and NV5, I believe either March 4th or March 11th. I believe it's March 4th, so probably the following evening. On March 3rd also, New Jersey Futures will be present, and they will be doing their presentation on their visioning process that was completed for age-friendly Ridgewood, and Tanya will be, from New Jersey Futures will be first, and then NV5 will do our visioning and documents right after. So it'll be an opportunity for the planning board members to really absorb the information and take a look at it and then weigh in on anything that they feel might not be accurate, and then it'll come to this village council. And then that document does have to be adopted formally, and then we proceed from there. So March 3rd, mark your calendars, 7:30 planning board meeting right here. Okay.
Thank you. All right, moving on.
Okay.
Village manager's report.
Manager's report. The Hudson Street Garage, if you've been by there, a crane is at the work site to move the precast panels into place. This part of the project with a crane is approximately 7 weeks long, weather permitting. There will be closures of Hudson Street during the day, and South Broad Street will be closed intermittently, but both streets will be open for vehicles in the evening. I want to remind everyone again, the parking rate increase went into effect on February 1st. It's $1.25 per hour on the streets and $1 per hour in the lots. Village Council candidate packets are available in the village clerk's office. The completed forms are due back to the village clerk's office by March 9th at 4 p.m. There are 3 village council seats up for election. There's an opportunity to be a poll worker on election day here in Ridgewood. It's $200 for the day, which is from 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. You must be at least 18 years old, a Bergen County resident, registered to vote. You must attend a 2-hour training class, and if you are interested in doing so, please call the Bergen County Board of Elections. The parking kiosks are being installed throughout the Central Business District. This project should be completed hopefully by the end of this month, weather permitting. At the kiosks, you enter your license plate number and pay using coins or credit cards with a 3% convenience fee. You do not have to display the receipt on your windshield. The 15-minute parking spaces will continue to have parking meters. Our police department has started using Carfax to help investigators harness lots of information to assist in locating vehicles of interest and combat vehicle fraud. The Carfax report distribution platform helps police records departments save time on crash report requests. So if you are in a motor vehicle accident, the accident reports will be made available online 24/7. So this way you don't have to come into the records department to get your report. Carfax does charge $5 per accident report, and actually that does go to the Ridgewood Police Department. And in preparation for the summer and the need for certified lifeguards at Graydon Pool, the American Red Cross is advertising their waterfront lifeguard training for a sand bottom facility. Classes are for those 16 and up and are held in May and June at the Graydon Pool. For further details, please contact the Ridgewood Recreation Department at the stable. Age-friendly Ridgewood presentations they've scheduled for the library on March 3rd. There will be an elder law presentation, including estate planning and elder law issues, from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. On April 22nd, Medicare 101 will be presented by Sheila Brogan at 6:30 p.m. And on May 6th, Mary Cregan will speak about her book, The Scar, A Personal History of Depression and Recovery, at 7 p.m. Weight Loss Challenge kickoff, the Mayor's Wellness Campaign, Ridgewood Health Department, Fitness Academy, Health Barnum USA, and the Valley Hospital have joined together to make our village the healthiest it can be. The challenge kickoff starts Monday, March 9th at Village Hall. To register for the challenge, the blood screening, and or the kickoff event, please call 1-877-283-2276. The U.S. Census Bureau is currently hiring for the 2020 census. The positions are temporary with varying pay ranges, and the pay starts at $19 an hour. If you're interested in a job, please visit the Census Bureau job site to apply. And we have a complete count committee here in Ridgewood, and I'm sure the mayor mentioned this, but we were undercounted in the previous census, and so we're doing our best to target those populations that may have been undercounted, some of which are actually children. Recreation programs, time to tone it up. Fitness class Wednesday evening starting March 18th, 4:45 to 5:45 p.m. in the youth lounge of the community center. It will be part of the Ridgewood Weight Loss Challenge. Introduction to Beekeeping. It's a half-day seminar taught by Frank Mortimer, the adjunct instructor at Cornell University Master Beekeeping Program. This seminar is designed for people that have never kept bees before, are thinking about keeping bees, and want to learn more. It will provide an introduction to beekeeping with a focus on keeping bees in suburban and populated areas. It's being held Sunday, March 8th, 11:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Village Council upcoming meetings. Next week, February 26th at 7:30 p.m. is a work session. March 4th at 7:30 p.m. is a work session. March 11th at 8 o'clock p.m. is a public meeting. In addition, our budget meetings will be held February 21st, February 24th, and March 2nd, beginning at 5 p.m., and they're here in the courtroom.
All right, thank you. We'll go on to council reports. Councilman Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. So Green Ridgewood and the Green Team met yesterday, and the exciting news out of that is recertification time once again for Sustainable Jersey. So we are a silver certified town. The last go around there was only 49 towns in all of New Jersey that were silver certified, and we are one of them. So I took the better part of last week and this weekend to go through our entire application, which is online at the Sustainable Jersey website. We have 40 actions. I went through every action. It has a narrative. It has supporting documents. It has all sorts of stuff to go through. So I took notes, and we're going to parcel it out and divvy up some of the projects to members of the Green Team, because now we know what information we need and what supporting documents we need to put everything online. A few actions were retired by Sustainable Jersey, so they no longer award points for them, and one action with the village, we don't generate power at the water pollution control facility anymore with the generator, so since that's kind of in turmoil right now, we'll lose points for that, but we could pick up points somewhere else. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to contact our village manager, Heather, and put together a package of resolutions for next month, because we need certain pledges and resolutions and things to be approved by the village council to submit with our application. So instead of waiting for the last minute, we'll get all that done at this point. And in going through everything, we need 350 points to be silver certified. We have, at the very least, 360, so we will maintain our silver certification. And if we could pick up a couple extra points, maybe we have some real go-getters in the committee who want to try and start up a new action. We have enough time, so we'll definitely, it's looking really good right now. And I'm just saying there's going to be some information requests coming too, so I guess maybe I'll get together with Heather offline and just kind of explain, we'll need stuff from the health department and engineering and the parks department. But a lot of the stuff, there's templates, there's memos that we could just kind of go through and revise and make sure that we still are doing the things that we did from 3 years ago, I guess, and update it and re-sign it and put the current date on. And again, a lot of that material is already there. It's available. It's a template. So there's just a few minor adjustments to make. So everything's looking pretty good, and I'm really looking forward to this project. And that is my report.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Mayor.
Sure. So obviously I gave most of my report, a portion of my report, relative to the planning board and the visioning process. I just want to point out something that just occurred to me. The resident who made the inquiry regarding the visioning process made a mention of 180 outstanding items. The 180 outstanding items that she's referring to is actually from our re-examination process, which occurred in 2015 and 2016 as required by law. And the 180 outstanding items, we actually placed those in the pecking order of what we could clear off the desk very quickly, and we addressed those. But this is part of the reason we started down this path to a new master plan, because with 180 actionable items that needed to be cleared up on our existing plan, that re-examination report really warranted this direction. So again, March 3rd and at the Planning Board for the visioning review with NV5, and March 4th right here at Village Council. Access meeting is canceled for tomorrow evening, and we will regroup next month, March, I believe it's 20th. And the Ridgewood Arts Council is met last week. We are working on a Graydon art project, which is an off-season art program that will happen probably from, I guess, October through April. This is an opportunity for what we're going to call a stable run. We're looking at large painted horses that can be adopted by different companies, businesses, individuals, and these horses would be painted much like Saratoga Springs and would be displayed at Graydon and then deployed or dispatched elsewhere throughout the village. And we thought that the tie-in of these large life-size horses that would be painted, hand-painted, is a nice tie-in to the stable run, and dispatching them throughout the village is a great opportunity. So we will be looking for sponsors of each individual horse, and I think it looks like they're going to be anywhere between $2,000 and $2,500 each, and then the painting end of it. So it's really a great opportunity. We're hopeful to at least have 4 or 5 to start with, and if we manage to have those sponsors early on, we will be in place for the fall. And it's a really great opportunity. We're excited, the Graydon Art Project, and calling it the Stable Run, great tie-in. So Ridgewood Arts Council is working really hard on this, and excited, very exciting, to really highlight Graydon off-season. Okay,
right.
That's my report.
Thank you. Councilman Walsh?
Thank you, Mayor. So the last time I was in Chicago, they had the dogs. The dogs displayed. They were German Shepherd dogs, and it was all the different companies put their, I guess, their decorations, because they were all different. But it was for the police canines and also therapy dogs. So they were all throughout Chicago. It was really cool.
Yeah, so some people are familiar with like the cow parade,
Yeah,
which is very
it's similar.
cool. So
Yeah, similar.
Right.
I guess the dogs were smaller and easier to put all
I
throughout.
didn't know
like
there were
Miracle Mile.
dogs, so now
Yeah, I have
we're
pictures.
going
I'll show them to you.
horses.
So I have my library report. So tickets are still available for the author luncheon. The author Madeline Miller, who's the author of Circe, that's going to be Wednesday, April 1st from 11 to 2:30. They also do an auction, so if you'd like to donate anything to the auction, just notify the Friends of the Library. On March 4th, Ridgewood Public Library, Unitarian Society, and Bookends are going to have the author Ari Berman, who is the author of Give Us the Ballot. He's going to be doing a talk there, and again, it's in partnership with Bookends for signed copies of the book. Reading Marathon has been ongoing. It will be wrapping up. The Friends of Ridgewood Libraries Reading Marathon 2020 fundraiser and finale event is LibraryCon, Saturday, March 14th from 1 to 4 p.m. It's going to be here at the library. Stay the entire day or stop by specific events, meet and greet with graphic novel authors, raffle door prizes, gamer center, minute-to-minute challenge, movies, popcorn, face painting, caricatures, you name it, it's going to be there. And then they have a schedule online, so you can look at that. And then our next library meeting is Tuesday the 25th, and then I believe the library is hoping to bring back for our next Wednesday's meeting the revised draft plans for what's going to be presented in our application for the grant. So that's everything.
All right. Thank you. Councilman Voigt.
I don't have anything to report on, but I did want to thank all of the residents who showed up today at Hohokus train station, and they're expressing their opinion and their concern about what's going on in that area. And I think that the people at NJDOT got a good feel for the issues that really are that we're facing as a town, and I hopefully Hohokus as well. And we can get this resolved. And as it's been mentioned before, it was a very positive meeting. There seemed to be some potential to not only upgrade, but also to potentially make it remain two-way. So I walked away from that meeting a bit hopeful, and I'm hoping that we can continue to push that forward. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Just have a few things to report on. One I wasn't planning on because it's not complete yet, but the village manager mentioned the introduction to beekeeping course. So one of the things that we've been working on in Parks and Rec, and Frank Mortimer, who's the instructor for the beekeeping course, he's a local apiarist, And he's done a tremendous job when he joined the PRC board in working on this community beehive concept. And the idea here is it's an opportunity to try to promote and protect one of our greatest pollinators that unfortunately have come under attack, whether from pesticides and just changing in the environment and people's misconception about bees. So we're working on this project. We're going to start with 4 beehives. We don't want to be too overzealous. We will start with 4 beehives. There will be sponsorship opportunities. We already have 3 sponsors that have pledged to move this forward: Feeney Funeral Home, Health Barn, and YMCA. We're working on a 4th. And there will also be an opportunity to have additional beekeeping courses. Beyond the introduction, there will be opportunities for folks who just want to have a drop-in and see how a beehive works and looks. And then they would also look to create a beekeeping club to help Frank maintain the beehives. And when you pledged sponsorship, that would include the cost of everything, the cost of bottling, of extraction. We're thinking of perhaps starting a fun project to have maybe some of the schools, some of the local kids groups come up with a design for the bottles, for the labels that we put on the bottles. When you become a sponsor, you have the option of donating. We're going to come up with a list of local charities that you can donate the honey to. It's considered wildflower local honey, which is great, especially for those who suffer from seasonal allergies. And it's delicious. And if you taste the local honey, it's really good. So we're thinking of giving those sponsors the ability to be able to designate which local charities they can donate the honey to. So that's very exciting. We're looking to roll it out this spring. My understanding is that, I know we have a beekeeper here on the dais. Bees are delivered in March sometime, end of March?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we need to get that up and running.
And they come through the mail.
And they come to the mail.
Really?
Yeah, and then they just chew the little sugar stopper.
The plug.
The queen
yeah.
chews the sugar stopper out.
So we're very excited. Once we have the formal kind of rollout, we'll discuss in a public meeting. I do want to second the comments on the village manager regarding the 2020 census. I was actually surprised that in 2010, Ridgewood was undercounted by over 20%. And that is shocking because I like to think that we're a very civically minded community. And what was even more shocking in terms of the undercount was what are considered the hard to count segments of the population and children. People forget to count their children. So that was pretty shocking. And to think that a kindergartner today will be in high school by the time the next census rolls around in 2030. And there's roughly about 675 billion of federal monies that are up for grabs. So we just want to make sure that Ridgewood gets its fair share of that money. So we're working really hard. I created a complete count committee, which is one of the recommendations from the U.S. Census Bureaus and our partners there. And we want to make sure we can maximize the reach into the community. So again, some of the organizations that are helping us, our local partners, are the League of Women Voters, the Board of Education, the HSAs, Federated, Ridgewood Public Library, Age Friendly Ridgewood, YMCA, and also our interfaith groups. So we're going to be working together beginning sometime in the middle of March. You start seeing a lot more promotional kind of materials and stuff. We're also reaching out to local hospitals because the Census Bureau has provided a really nice series of posters and that are targeted to be displayed in hospitals and other healthcare facilities. So we're looking forward to that. I know there was a mention about trees and the importance of trees, and the Parks and Rec department has included a line item in the budget for trees. We continue to be committed to trees. We're continuing the work, and I'm not sure if you've noticed the work around the downtown with the removal of the beveled brake bands around the tree wells. That was based on the recommendation of the work that Councilman Seaton and Shade Tree Commission has done. And so we're doing that. That's one of the phases of our tree kind of initiatives. In addition to adding the trees, we have a line item today in one of our resolutions, 20-44, is to award contract for the GIS mapping services for our tree inventory. This is something that we talked about for quite some time. It's taken some planning. We have the funding in place. Part of that funding was $10,000 grant that we received from the New Jersey Urban Community Forestry. So that's something we're very excited about. That's going to give us a true count of what the village trees look like, where are the areas that we need to focus on, depending on what type of diseases and insects attack the trees. It gives us a better chance to be able to manage our inventory and address problems as they arise. That is all I have to report.
So we'll move on to the regular part of the agenda, resolutions for Ridgewood Water. The following, this is just a resolution in general. The following resolution, number 20-29, will be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council and will be read by title only. Authorize 2020 temporary capital budget paving. You have a motion?
So moved.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
Ridgewood Water, there are no ordinances. Resolutions for Ridgewood Water. The following resolutions, number 20-30 through 20-34, will be adopted by consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. They will be read by title only. Award sole source contract, corrosion inhibitor. Award sole source contract, exchange of granular activated carbon vessels at Carwell. Title 59 approval, customer billing portal, communications and consumption analytics software. Award contract, customer billing portal, communications and consumption analytics software. Award contract under National Joint Powers Alliance Cooperative Purchasing Contract, materials and supplies. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3781.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes, so ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3781 by title?
An ordinance of the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $216,000 for the South Broad Street resurfacing project, including $210,000 from the New Jersey Department of Transportation and $6,000 from the General Capital Fund balance account.
I move that ordinance 3781 be adopted on first reading and that March 11th, 2020 be fixed as a date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3782.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes, so ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3782 by title?
An ordinance of the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $180,000 for the Spring Avenue resurfacing project, including $175,000 from the New Jersey Department of Transportation and $5,000 from the General Capital Fund balance account.
I move that ordinance 3782 be adopted on first reading and that March 11th, 2020 be fixed as a date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3783.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes, so ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3783 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 190-37B to allow winter door enclosures onto existing restaurants as exempt developments at the discretion of the Site Plan Exemption Committee.
I move that ordinance 3783 be adopted on first reading and that March 11th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3775 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes, will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3775?
A bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $2,308,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $2,192,000 bonds or notes of the village to finance part of the cost thereof.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
and Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3775 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3776 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3776?
Bond ordinance providing a supplemental appropriation of $350,000 for the design, management, construction, furnishing, and equipping of the Hudson Street parking garage in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, and authorizing the issuance of $350,000 bonds or notes of the village to finance the costs thereof.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3776 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3777 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3777?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 212 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Section 212, Parks and Recreation Areas, Article 7, Rules and Regulations, Section 212-27, Tennis Courts.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3777 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3778 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3778?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 122E, entitled Signs in the B1 and B2 and C districts, to exempt the portion of a letter that extends below the baseline of a font known as a descender loop or tail.
So this ordinance was not sent to the planning board for their final comments, so the public hearing will be continued to the March 11, 2020 regular public meeting. The public hearing on ordinance 3778 was advertised for this evening, so anyone wishing to comment on it may do so at this time. The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing on ordinance 3778 be continued to March 11, 2020.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3779 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3779?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 165 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, garbage, rubbish, refuse, and recycling at Section 165-18 definitions.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3779 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3780 by title on second reading, and the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3780?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 165 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, garbage, rubbish, refuse, and recycling, and Section 165-19 container specifications.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3780 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voight?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
The following resolutions, number 20-35 through 20-55, are to be adopted by consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. They will be read by title only. Approved 2019 budget reserve transfers. Award contract, diesel exhaust removal system, Fleet Services Garage. Award contract, drainage system at 220 Chestnut Street, Fleet Services Garage. Award contract, printing for municipal election. Title 59 approval, Coach Bus Transportation Services, 2020 senior day trips. Award contract, Coach Bus Transportation Services. Title 59 approval, installation, service, and repair of police, fire, and EMS equipment and radios. Award contract, installation, service, and repair of police, fire, and EMS equipment and radios. Award contract, under state contract, portable radios. Award contract, under state contract, GIS mapping services for tree inventory. Award contract, under state contract, 2019 Ford F-250 truck chassis, water pollution control facility. Award professional services contract, 2020 land surveying services retainer for preparation of tax assessment map. Authorized membership in Somerset County Cooperative Pricing System. Increased 2020 deferred school taxes. Accept donation for community center from North Jersey Masters. Adopt anti-idling of vehicles policy. Appoint Clean Communities Coordinator. Appoint Recycling Coordinator. Declare property surplus police department vehicle. Declare property surplus Parks and Recreation various items. And authorize change order grading pool bathrooms. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voight?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
The following resolutions, number 20-56 through 20-57, will be considered separately and read in full. 20-56. Whereas there exists a need to purchase and install an acoustical soundproofing material to reduce the sound created by 10 to 12 decibels, or a 50% reduction during pickleball play at the Glen Courts. Whereas Acoustablock produces a viscoelastic 1/8 inch soundproofing material trademarked as Acoustafence, 6-foot by 10-foot panels which are installed around the interior perimeter of the pickleball court, which does extraordinarily well in not only blocking direct sound but also has a tendency to reduce sound from reflecting off it. And whereas comparable written price quotes were obtained for the soundproofing material from the companies, and Acoustablock Inc. was the lowest quote at $23,241.70, inclusive of shipping freight. Now therefore be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the purchase of this acoustical soundproofing material be awarded to the lowest quote received from Acoustablock Inc., 6900 Interbay Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, in an amount not to exceed $23,241.70. And be it further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer has certified that funds are available in account number C-04-55-9BT-196. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voight?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
Resolution 20-57. Whereas the Village of Ridgewood Water Department owns and operates a public regional water system that provides potable water to the Village of Ridgewood, boroughs of Glen Rock and Midland Park, and the Township of Wyckoff. The Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood is the governing authority for the Ridgewood Water Utility and is empowered to make purchases and commit funds on the behalf of the water utility. And whereas the water utility owns numerous properties located in all municipalities which are part of its service area. The testing and monitoring facilities, which are located in the Wharton Dyke section of Midland Park along Godwin Avenue, is property located in a floodplain. The main administrative offices are located at Ridgewood Village Hall, and the main engineering and mapping offices are located at the Glen Avenue facility in Ridgewood. There are numerous wells, pump stations, and equipment locations throughout the service area as well. And whereas in 2018, the Village Council of the Village authorized Ridgewood Water by ordinance to purchase 111 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey, commonly known as the Elks Club. At or about the same time, the Village Council authorized the mayor and village clerk to execute a contract of sale for the purchase of this property. And whereas as a result of the inspections conducted of the property by Ridgewood Water, it was determined that asbestos-containing material existed in several areas of the building, the removal of which is the responsibility of the seller. Upon negotiation discussions, it was agreed with the Elks Club that it could utilize the escrowed funds of $50,000 being held in the seller's attorney's trust account to pay for the removal of all asbestos materials in the building, with the water utility taking back a mortgage as a lien on the property to ensure repayment of any of the deposit funds from the proceeds of the sale deducted at closing. And whereas a mortgage and note document has been prepared and agreed to by the parties, which shall be recorded at the Bergen County Clerk's office upon execution, this relationship is necessary in order to assist the Elks Club payment for the removal of the asbestos materials and to allow the matter to proceed to closing. Now therefore be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, that the mayor and the village clerk are hereby authorized to execute the mortgage agreement and note to allow the Elks Club to utilize deposit funds escrowed for the purchase of 111 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey, commonly known as the Elks Club, in an amount not to exceed $50,000 for the purpose of payment for the removal of all asbestos materials from the building. And be it further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer has consented to this agreement and the funds are available in the IOLTA Attorney Trust account of the seller's attorney. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
You have discussion?
Yeah.
Want me to start? Sure. So we just got this in our pre-meeting. So we had a simple discussion in there, and I wanted to have a further discussion here on the dais. So we're purchasing the Elks Club, and typically when there are seller-required repairs, the seller does the repairs. Apparently they've indicated they don't have the money to do the repairs, so they're looking for us to take a mortgage out on a portion of the repairs. The estimates, the village attorney can give that information after. They have to have funds of about $110,000, so I asked that they prove that they have the $110,000, but I also think it's highly irregular for us to give the seller a mortgage so that they can close with us. Since they have a liquor license, they're going to be selling a few weeks after. I just find it a little strange that we're doing that on behalf of the seller for a property we're buying. So those are my comments.
So, Matt, I don't know if you want to discuss this further, but obviously, when you're doing a mortgage and you're the lien holder, that puts us in a good position. But we understand that it's not that they don't have the money; they're short money. I believe they're short funds to do that work. So it's not that they're absent; they just don't have full funding. And this is in anticipation they will be selling their. What's the matter?
I just think it's the same thing. Either they have the money or they don't have the money.
Well, they have money, they are short money. So you said they have no money. I'm just making clarification. It's not the same thing. You're short money or you have zero money. In this instance, they have a deficit, and they're asking for us to fill that deficit by virtue of this option. And I think that we want to move this, and we certainly could wait until the sale of the liquor license, but I think that an effort to get this moving forward is a positive.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to hear from me, it's really a matter of liquid assets. We've done title searches on the property. The title's clear. There's plenty of equity in the property. I also understand they're selling their liquor license in the next month for approximately $400,000. It's not a matter of anything other than having a liquid asset on hand to pay for the removal of the asbestos. It's their responsibility. This is a mechanism that's used. It's been used in commercial settings. And I checked it with the financial CFO. The CFO said it isn't an improper or questionable issue. And in the discussions that Bernie had with regard to it, I told her that I would try and I would make the request to see, just to get them to certify that they had the funds to finish the job for their asbestos. But if it costs more than, it's going to cost more than the $50,000, and we'll have a $50,000 lien on the property. We can force them to close. I really don't think that we're jeopardized or extended into any area that we shouldn't be in regard to this, but I can understand the Councilwoman's concern with regard to getting that that certification. So I'll do that as well.
And Matt, please remind us, the 50,000 is not any additional funds from the village. That is money that's already been placed in escrow. We were authorizing them to use the money in escrow to use that towards the repair.
Yeah, this escrow fund. I mean, the deposit was funded going over a year ago with $50,000 from the village, which was part of the contract terms at the time, and substantially less than 10% of the purchase price. And in that regard, the availability of it had been there for a long time. So, and hopefully we should be closing within the next 2 months if we can get the Elks Club moving on this. So. But as I said, I will check for the certification of funds for the council.
Matt, can I just ask, in the event that they can't prove that they have the funds, what happens then?
Well, it's up to that's up to the council. If they want to condition the mortgage on the proof of that, that's something you guys can decide. If nobody else feels, or if the majority feels that it's not necessary, they can approve this and have this authorize the village clerk and the mayor to sign the mortgage and the note.
So would that require then a motion to move forward, adopt without proof of funds? Is that then the motion before us?
Yes.
Yes?
Correct.
Okay. Second?
It's done.
Okay.
It's just a roll call.
All right.
Okay, we ready for a roll call?
Yes.
Okay. Newton?
Yes, I'm voting yes because I'm comfortable with the title, with the information that's been provided by council, and while it's unusual, I don't think it's highly irregular, and I think it's a way to get this done. So yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
No, I'm not in favor of buying the Elks Club, so no.
Walsh?
I'm going to vote no, but I'm also going to make the added comment that the village has never done this before. So this will be the first time the village is giving this type of a transaction, but no.
And Hache?
Yes.
And just in regard to that, I don't know if it's never been done before, but I'm not aware of it ever being done before.
All right, we'll move on to comments from the public, not to exceed 5 minutes per person.
Ellie Gruber, 229 South Irving. I went to the Shedler property today. I'm only here for a couple of days, and I took some pictures, and I want to tell you, it's great. You've used historic materials. I noticed that the tree was trimmed. The windows look lovely. I really am so grateful. I know the berm looks crazy right now, and I guess I hope that's going to be finished. But as far as the house is concerned, it seems like the house is thanking you. And I just see so many people using it. Today I was talking to someone who said, you know, I think we could have our meetings there instead of begging for space somewhere else. So I just wanted to thank you for everything you did to make this possible. And the Friends of Historic Zabriskie Shedler still have some money for you when you need it. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. There was some discussion about the census, and I'd just like to remind everybody that based upon the current political climate in the United States, there are going to be many people in Ridgewood who will feel uncomfortable giving any information about themselves during the course of the census. People who aren't American citizens are very, very concerned about what might happen to them. So I know that you do not wish to come up short, but again, given the course of the national political climate, there will be people who will not be answering their doors, or the people who will be answering their doors who will be closing their doors and not giving any information about themselves. Unfortunately, that is the state that we're currently living in. With respect to a couple of the resolutions you passed tonight, I'm very concerned about 20-50, that it only pertains to school areas. I don't know why it doesn't pertain to any place. Just recently, my wife and I happened to be walking around Vets Field, and there was some work being undertaken by the Ridgewood Water Department, and all the trucks were parked on the walkway themselves, and they were all idling. And we did 3 laps around the field, and they were idling for the entire time. Now, I realize that if they're operating the jackhammers, the compressors have to be going, but why all of the trucks involved in that operation needed to be running, having their engines run, I don't know. So I don't know why this resolution pertains only to around school areas. It should definitely pertain to school areas, recreational areas, the downtown. There are people everywhere. Regardless of where you are, whether you're near a school or someplace else, you don't want to be inhaling diesel fumes. So these trucks should be shut off unless they're absolutely needed in order to keep the power equipment running. Last week or the week before last, I guess there was a meeting canceled. I expressed my concern about another change order. I will again express my concern that this 20-55, that should not have been a surprise. That should have been known that those were particle boards and they needed to be replaced. To me, this is just a grab by the contractor for another $30,000. This happens to us all the time. They know that we have deep pockets, and they come back and it's a change order for this or change order for that. So again, I express my disappointment that that happened. My last comment is that there was an article that appeared on NorthJersey.com tonight. And NorthJersey.com is not social media. It's owned by Gannett. I suspect that this article will be in the record very shortly. And it's an article about something that's going on in Elmwood Park, where the Elmwood Park Council has authorized a special investigator, an attorney, to investigate a potential inappropriate relationship between a council person and an employee. And after I read the article, I thought and I said, gee, we have never investigated so far an alleged inappropriate relationship between 2 members of the council. I hope that that happens shortly. I will give this article to the village attorney and have him make some copies and pass it around to you. But I think it's about time. That relationship has been discussed. The people who are allegedly involved seem to be very public with their relationship now. I question what ethics were violated, if any, and I think it's time that this council has somebody take a look at it and see if something happened that shouldn't have happened and how it can be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on, just with regard to the census, one of the concerns is exactly that undocumented residents might not feel comfortable coming forward. So part of the information wave that will be going out is the educational piece to kind of educate folks on the fact that the information that's provided for the census is not shared with any other government agencies. And that is one of the reasons why we've asked for help from the interfaith groups. I think folks will be a little bit more comfortable in hearing that information from the local house of worship than they would from any government official or any social media posts. So we're hoping that we're going to reach these folks and be able to educate and have everybody feel comfortable coming forward. So, but good point to raise. Thank you. With that, we'll take a resolution to go into closed session.
Be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on February 19th, 2020 at 8 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter on the agenda can be reached. And the said closed session be held in the caucus room of the Ridgewood Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey. And be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to legal matters to include Glenwood Road. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 et sec. And be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you.